Okay, I'm trying to get my head on straight. Oh man, Macarena, it's like running and stuff. Oh, I gotta get my layout straight. I pick up my alarm and stuff. It was a time when I would have had all my smartphone like notifications and stuff, all customizationalisms, but it's not happening these days. Got too much going on. My daddy. All right, so let's switch over. Man, what are all these bikini girls, man? Where did that come from? Okay, this is more like who did that? Man, it's hot up in here. Like my shirt. Eat crazy. That's what you got to do with these Macarena. Eat them. Eat them alive. Macarena fool. Oh, okay. I can't make it on time. I'm scheduled for 4:30, and I'm on at 4. But that's good because my wife wants me to drive her to work. And I had to talk to her. I was like, don't be coming up in lingerie. Drive me to work when I'm doing my stream. But it was my fault too because I have not been making it on time. But in spite of all that, I keep it trying and trying. Yeah. All right. So, oh no, this is wrong. I gotta stop the stream. Well, wait a minute. No. Category. I'm gonna try to live change it. Mech Arena. All right, now let me look over here and see on Twitch. Does it say educational? But all my streams are educational. This is education on how to play Macarena in a stupid way. Ooh, I think you can hot change it because I think I did change it. Hold on. I'm looking at the stream child behind it. Once again, we got on Street Fighter. Glade. My daughter and I got her in the training thing, and we were in training on it's like Ultra Street Fighter 4. It's old, but I got a used Ways and Means and got an old copy of it. Load up that dynamic link library and that INI file. And man, that old raggedy stuff works. And she was digging it, and I was digging it too. And So we're in a practice thing, and then I went out, and she like chose. She's like, no, don't. I had been practicing with that character called Jiru, 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 and I was not good with her. I didn't know all her moves and stuff, and my daughter's like, no, use this other one. It's like the psychotic robotic or something. It's like some lady with a, maybe her face got burned by chemistry. She was a chemistry experiment and the beaker exploded or something. So she wears a mask on the top part of her face, you know, like that. I was like, I don't know how to operate this thing. And man, I got in there with her and she beat my behind up and it was KO. And my daughter started hollering at me. Man, that hurts. She's like, how dare you lose? That's how she said. How dare you? I'm sorry. But I think, man, you need to stay in on that Ultra Street Fighter. Here's the deal. You got a lot of the deal with Ultra Street Fighter is this, and I was studying it this morning before I got on, is all the characters they're like mechs. They have their special capabilities and then of their super ability, you know, like a mech can have a array of different weapons. So just because you see a Paragon, you don't know necessarily what he's got until it hits you, right? And that it's the same kind of thing with the Ultra Street Fighter character, because their special move or whatever, when they go into the match, they choose, I think, out of 3 or something like that. So until they make that first move, you don't know what they got. And each character, the keystroke, right, is gonna be a different type of attack, and a different key combo is going to be a different kind of attack. So and I still haven't figured it out, but I got on there with that Elena, the one that's like, I don't know, she's like Melanesian or something, because I think she's got blonde hair and blue eyes and wears this kind of jungle clothes, bikini stuff. But she's like ripped, you know, she's got all this big muscles. And the thing I love about her the best is when she crouched down and she put her hands on the ground and both feet go out backwards like this and take you out. You know, like if you crouch, man, it would hit you dead in the face, you know, just like full, like, as if it's like a horizontal stomp. But it's a key combo. You got to learn that for every character. So think about this, and this is the educational part, you know, the parallels between games and stuff. Ultra Street Fighter 4 is kind of like a Tekken sort of game where you have these martial arts fighters that are arrayed against each other. But I think to be a really, really good player of it, you've got to know the characters, know their moves, know their special moves, key combos, and then know the combos, right? And that's a lot, I think, which is part of why the game, I think, can remain very engaging. It's one of the recipes for success, because you always find some guy that's got a move that maybe you know a character well. So I think as far as a learning approach, what you got to do when you go into practice is you got to work gradually with each character and learn their moves and the things that they can do, and that's going to improve your Ultra Street Fighter 4 skill. But we're going to play it. I hope this is good. Where do I stand? Let's see. Ooh, there. I did that. I'm sorry. I should be better together. Actually, I do feel good. My wife's PMDD episode of the month is over, and I've reassembled the breakage in large part. And she has thanked me. She's very nice. She did some very nice things for me last night in terms of making me feel good, if you know what I mean. And but more than that, really, that's just a small part. It's the big thing is she like this much. She went in the bathroom and threw. There was all these containers with all her makeup and her hair stuff and all the bathroom toiletries and everything like that. There was shelves, and she was like, when she was in her bad mood or whatever, she dumped all the shelves off on the floor and took everything and threw it in the garbage and threw it out the back door. And I got the garbage bag and I just put it aside there. No, it's just okay. All right. But today, yesterday was Thursday, so that was last weekend that she did that. And I just let everything stay in that trash bag. And then yesterday, I just got the bag and I put the bag in the lavatory. It was coming up out of the lavatory like that's a pretty big bag because it was like 6 bins of stuff, hair and nails, like the manicure and hair stuff was one bin. The first aid stuff was another bin. The dietary supplements and vitamins was 2 bins. The dental stuff, clean teeth stuff, was a bin. And the makeup stuff and makeup and skincare stuff was another bin. It's like 6 bins. It's like a shoebox size Sterilite bin with a label inside, so it's transparent labeling. You see, yeah. And I said to her again, she said, "Well, thank you for, taking everything out. Thank you for putting that stuff back." And I was like, yeah, and I did see her struggling. She's hard struggling trying to do something when I, try to make light of it and say, you put the hair stuff in the hair bin. And that's when she started throwing stuff. And I didn't even say it to her directly. I was like kind of dancing around with Fran, talking about we take all our hair bands and put them in the hairband bin. And my wife jumped up out of the bed. She said, "I know what you're complaining about me. That's what you're doing." No, I wasn't complaining about y'all. Trying to help because you're struggling and your cuticle clipper is underneath your hypersonic plaque removal battery operated thingamajigger because you throwing stuff and everything's getting mixed up. And that's why the more time goes by, the more you're struggling. You just need to be organized, and I definitely want to express to the child that what's needed is organization, no matter how long it takes. And I've said this before. This is what I've said to my wife. I was like, you notice when you walk into the CVS, every little box of items in the entire store is in a specific place. That doesn't happen by accident or by magic. Somebody does that. They organize that stuff. They in there all night. The gnomes. Okay, so man, I want to get in here and fight some combat. But I don't know what. Okay. 2 deathmatch tickets. Free for all. Alright, so we begin. It's the fearsome smash lap jaw. He's coming for me. Oh no. Hey, buddy. Ain't nobody over here. Half a peanut butter sandwich, $50. Half a pomeranza. Go for pomeranza. Hey, half a. I'm just trying my best. That's all I ask you. Yeah. Which is just launch a full cell. Half all the way over there, fool. You're gonna die going across all the way. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Can I just get a moment of your time, please, sir? COVID testing lines up here. Tilt your head back. I'm sorry, Frederick, man. You need to stay focused. I need to quit hitting too hard on the key punch. What I need to do is get into my mode, of things of life, Man, I got this thing, greenhouse. Now, I was trying to figure out how to, what is a new way to do a greenhouse, which is not, thought of before. And what I was like is do a lean-to with golf. I'm onto something with it, it's not total loss, but come on, dang it. That was bad. But, I'm talking about stuff. So. Hey. It's Fat Albert. Put that on my freeze ray on you, bro. That was close. That was over quick. No, but it's like, I told my wife before she came over here, I was like, we're going to have a urban farming, right? That's what we're going to sell, urban farming equipment, right? We're going to figure out ways to do an urban farm. And I've got a deck, and my idea for the deck was to put like a greenhouse roof over it. But I was trying to find like a super cheap way to do it. And I did. But I got this like borderline personality disorder, virgin alcoholic. My mom just died of cancer. I got him over there to help me, and man, he wrecked everything. Everything he touched had a curse on it and broke and created devastation. I was screaming for help, man, before it was over with. But the cool thing about it is the huge fiasco that happened, and the ultimate consequences of that was like, I made videos of the whole thing, and I have them that way. But I was screaming for help, man. This is the most awesome thing. It's like, basically what was happening was this. It's like, I knew this guy was an alcoholic. And I said, we're gonna do, 1/3 of this. And I'm gonna have like, that part is going to be done right, according to my idea, according to the design. And when we got over to the side, he was like, no, we can do more. We can do more. I want to help you, my friend. I want to help. I want to do more. That's when you get into a trap with somebody that has borderline, is when they're bending over backwards. Look out, man, because it means they're going to screw it up so bad that you're going to regret that you ever had them over there. And what had happened is like, I gave my wife was like, there's no, okay, she was like, we're not going to have a urban farming greenhouse. We're not going to do that. Because we need to have a place for the baby to play, So we got out there building it one time before, and I was building a frame out of PVC. And what I was envisioning is an aeroponics kind of system, which is like aeroponics is where you put out a mist. It's like one of the things they research for growing stuff in space is the root system is exposed to a nutrient-rich mist. So I was like, we could build a frame out of PVC and put the mister in the, like plumbing, that's all you got. The structure, think about this, is the plumbing itself is the structure. And I still think it has possibility. You know, it's like, how can we eliminate anything extraneous in what we're building? How can we make it possible for a working class person to do this gradually? And I was like, modular. We don't build up the whole thing. We get a chunk that's doable, and we do that. Can I get some heels over here? I don't know. We're being killed, man. What is going on? Oh. Was I the last man standing? What is going on? Hey. Man, you got Fat Albert coming here, boy. I don't care you got no damn, but you better run. You saw him run, man. He was like, man, I'm not like that. Got a damn brick house. Fat Albert. Yeah. And he on overcharge, too. I'm focusing on you right now. This is my Taekwondo teacher said, when you're being attacked by a group, focus on one at a time. Alright. $19. A bot got 19 and a control point flash? That's overpowered. But interesting, I guess. So anyway, the story of the deck is this. You know, first my wife was like, no, we gotta have this special playground back here. I was like, this tree needs to come down, because trees around the house had fallen on the house before, and they actually fell on the neighbors. Before. They need to come down, these big pine trees that are too close to the house, you know. And one of this particular tree, she's like, well, it's got a limb that's like on top of the roof, you know. It needs to come down, it needs to get away from the house. She's like, no, that's going to be the swing set limb, right? And you know, I was really accommodating. I was like, okay, well, you know, at first I just went out there and I started building the greenhouse, and she pitched a fit for days. Pitched a fit. I should have run my MD up in here. Well, I don't know, actually. I'm kind of in limbo about my MD upgrades. Doing a lot of this stuff. But so we got out there. We're building this stuff with PVC. And she pitched a fit for so long that I just stopped. You know, I was like, okay. And then I was like, do what you're gonna do. Okay, well, you know, the fact is she's too dang tired to go out there and play with the baby, you know, on the patio and stuff. And so the deck just sat there in wreckage and ruin of things. For like another year or whatever like that. And when I finally got the chance, well, actually, the thing that happened was this. Okay, my buddy's mom got bad cancer. Was he in blink mode or what? No, it's a whole dang missile. That's a little bit better. But his mom, you know, I think it dawned on her. She was a big news writing for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Well, she's writing for the newspaper. She was a socialite and stuff like that. But, you know, she was all progressive and stuff, and it was a right-wing climate or whatever. And they kind of just, first they moved her to just writing about fashion, because she wasn't savvy enough to just know what you're supposed to write about in a big propaganda rag tabloid like the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. You're supposed to just know to talk about the superficiality of stuff that was, right? And she didn't. And, you know, to her credit, she has some some morals or whatever, some ideas, some rights and wrongs. But she didn't treat her husband well. She treated him really bad, and he couldn't function with all her criticism, deprivation, of devastation, of derogatory. So he left her when she was pregnant. So there's a real abandonment narrative with this woman, and that's one of the reasons why I get a little bit annoyed about being clinical and saying, well, this young man has borderline personality disorder. There's not much hope for him. Because, I don't like that approach, the pathological approach. I've seen evidence that it's not good. It's like, you could say, well, in spite of all things, you're doing pretty good, because he's got a lot of positivity and stuff like that. He does. But the things that happen to people that make them borderline personality disorder all happen to them. They're real things, real abandonment and stuff. But anyway, what had happened with his mom is, she finally, after she was let go from the paper and did an early retirement or whatever like that, she had a retirement, and she was still trying to play the social life. But man, if you're not writing for the paper, people got to go and find somebody writing for the paper and hang with them, because that's why they're there. They're not your friends. They're schmoozing, right? They slip over there for some dang beneficialization of business. Right? And you ain't got it, man. They gone. And she looked down her nose at people too, and people remember that. I certainly remember it. Treat me like a piece of garbage. So she's over there lonely in her house. She's got some pet dogs and stuff, and some old ladies in the neighborhood that chat with her about her mistress and stuff. But she just sat up in there drinking wine and smoking cigarettes. She started back smoking cigarettes. Oh, damn, this guy's got some firepower. No, let's get to some hill corn. I need to be more aggressive. But anyway, she got cancer of first she had lung cancer, and she just sat up there with it for a long time and ignored it or whatever. And it literally disintegrated her hip. It went down from her lung and into her hip, and she completely lost mobility and stuff. And went to the hospital, and they're like, "Oh, nothing's wrong. We can't say anything. Go back home." So I went home twice or something like that. And then they were like, "Man, you are." When they finally, when they finally looked at it and got somebody that ain't complete incompetency over there at Emory. Like, something is wrong, man, with this woman. We need to look in here a little bit more closely. And they're like, oh, she cancer north, south, east, west. How the hell did you miss that and send her back home twice? Crazy. Right? Well, so they're like, just take all this morphine that you can take. Put her on morphine. and go home and die, because that's what you're gonna have to do. You're terminal. And can you imagine the guy with a borderline? That's the one. His mom is the one that in the relationship fostered the dependency with the abandonment narrative. Right? So she's dying, and all he can do is like, well, I'll just leave work and watch you 24/7. You know, I mean, he stayed right by her right up till the end. But I mean, she was not long. You know, a couple months. So she, if you risked it, man, what you doing? I'm debating being a little bit more aggressive. Killjoys. I don't know who Killjoy is, because the capitalizations is different. Could be a different guy. Can't hit nothing. Need to chase on up here in my face and get up here. But anyway, while she was alive, she was incoherent. He couldn't get anything done in terms of legalities and stuff like that. And I know he was dreaming of she was going to be leaving this massive inheritance and stuff like that. Man, she had put the house under several mortgages, trying to keep up appearances. I've always depended on the kindness of strangers, as they say. But she's living in a very fancy schmancy neighborhood, and in order to pay on her retirement salary, a bill of with several mortgages, her bills ran about $3,500 a month. I know a lot of people these days are scoffing. You know, oh, that's not much. Get my damn control point. Is somebody watching me? I need to back up. Stay back. I'm gonna zapify you. Oh, he back over here. Fool. I don't like you. Killjoy. One disc hit me, and that was it. But can y'all do something? You know, I'm over. You know, I work my fingers to the bone. Okay, thanks. Yeah, this guy. But he inherited that house. I mean, he was in a position, and I didn't realize how far gone he was, but. He's one of these alcoholics that he just he gets that like cider, and that's his hydration. He just cider. And he's like, oh hey, how you doing? You don't realize he's just constantly and it's like maybe an Asperger's thing, like kind of coping with Asperger's or something like that. But, you know, he was like, yeah, we'll finish off these, there was already an apartment in the house. And basically, yeah, I mean, they were so messed up. I mean, he was bringing these rave girls over and rave people oppressed working class things, and they ain't got no money and stuff. And to be, he needed to be rubbing shoulders with kind of upscale people. But y'all can stay here, and then they don't pay. And rave stuff and rave party and that kind of stuff. Students, medical students, is what he needs at Bell Rockaway, living with him, and with pot, tobacco smoke, and the fact that they can't clean up nothing. Immediately, the medical student that was living there, was staying there, he's like, well, I'm moving out. So he lost one good tenant. I'll go in here. Come on, you know you want to come back. Come on. Come on, Bongo. You know you want to come on. Let's see me. Darling. Bongo, man, what's going on? Thank you. I'm so appreciative of people willing to make sacrifices for my cause and beneficiations of things. Man, why did I jump down here, man? I needed to be up there. Yeah, man. Yeah. But, months were going by, and I mean, all of his mom's inheritance, or whatever, however many, a few tens of thousands of dollars, maybe 6 months, right? You can't pay $3,500 a month, right? She left $20,000, right? You're gonna be in there for about 6 months, and then you got nothing. Right, and I mean, this woman had accumulated all the crap, the trappings of wealth, and all these porcelains and high-fine crystallizationalisms and silver-plated gonzo and junk, showing out how she's all upper crust and stuff. And really, man, she's financial disaster era. I need to get a little bit more aggressive up in here, I think, but by staying back too far back. Need to get more forceful control of this area, and that's where they're forward. Need to get, more aggressive up towards here. Get to the side. Get me undercover. Oh, Q-tip. Can I have your autograph? Kill by bot. This Fat Albert, man, he coming around the corner for you behind. might have long to live, my friend. Thank you. Who was that through that panther? Was that a real person? Push. But yeah, I mean, they were getting storage. They were like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a big, and he got a borderline personality disorder girlfriend, and she was so crazy. You know, they foster dependency and create these big explosive home environments or whatever, self-harm and stuff goes on or whatever. But she's got abandonment narrative stuff going on too, and but he's like, man, Jones in for a girl, and it's a big lesbian town. There's mostly girls around the day, and he's going to all the worst places to have any hope of finding a girlfriend. I mean, where he needed to be is get his butt squared away and look like a desirable husband, whatever, for a woman of means. But you know, he got some kind of hillbilly. Oh, you want to be out? That's what she was like. She was like I call her Taz, man. She's a Tasmanian she-devil. So she was like that, you know. But she was, you know, ready to get married and stuff. How we doing? Not good. Let's see. Fat Albert. Need to open fire. Man, I'm losing my overcharge, man. Y'all down here undercover and stuff. Man, come on and fight. Well, they're hiding so far down here. I'm gonna have overcharge. Yeah, I need so much proximity. I don't know. So she was like, oh no. Oh. Ow. Quit it. Man, I'm coming for you. I'm like kamikaze mode. Man, I don't care what you do. Stand right on your behind, too. Yeah. Your killer is molten slag. They putting all this stuff in containers and stuff like that, semi-truck containers, and moving them to storage. Then they got to pay the rental for the storage. And this guy's, he hasn't been doing math for decades, right? Even his dang fractions for inches and stuff, like, he can't do it, right? So he's just, he's floating to the Niagara in a barrel, getting ready to go over it. And I was like, look, I can come by your house every day. Oh, I don't want to impositionalize for you. If you had a lick of sense in your brain, you could have managed to get your life together and save your mom's estate and get renters in there. But you did everything possible to sabotage that because, well, you've got a big abandonment narrative, and you're like, my mom has left me after all. I stood by her. I did everything. I was screwed up and dysfunctional to make her feel comfortable, because they foster dependency, like Pink Floyd. Mama's gonna make all your nightmares come true. Mama's gonna keep baby cozy and warm. Right, that's the kind of thing that had happened. And he's like, well, let me just stand here by your grave and die. Because I am an extension of you. You have forged me into an extension of you, and now that you're dead, now my life has no meaning. And I don't like to talk about it as being this borderline personality disorder. It's too clinical. I'm like, what you need is a new story of your life, and I'm here to be part of that and to help you. And I'll do anything that I can to keep you above water, and I don't need to get nothing in return. Oh man, I wish, this is the thing that annoys me about this, is when we don't have this dang central control point. Do not like that. And some of y'all stand in front of my gun here, man, because I am tired. Don't stand behind stuff and launch your helix racks. I'm tired of that. Oh, come. Just to see you say it today. That's what I'm turning out my dang overcharge. Wouldn't hurt, I suppose. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it. When you nuclearize and mechanized by the enemy, artilleryization, bombs like that. Oh, okay, I like this much better. Forward, Christian soldiers. And heaves. Forward, your heaves. Forward, kites. Forward, potato eaters. That's what we are, mercenaries for the man. Oh. Can we get a win on this? They're about to turn around if these fools don't get their life together. Hold on. And I'm standing up here. Dang. Okay, fuck up. That's it, man. Am I out? That's all I got. I'm through. I'm gonna shake my fist. Give me a chance to relax for a second. But anyway, so I know, general leaders, you're wondering, what the hell does this have to do with your dang deck? If you can't take it, just log off, man. That's ADHD. But the thing about it is I do know what it does have to do with my deck. D-E-C-K. Dick. Well, man, you see that guy Zephyr with like all the Helix Rack 16s or something? No wonder. Goes around the corner and spiraling around up through goes down the toilet and comes out somebody else's toilet and goes through the floor. It's automatic. Stupid. Man, you ain't learning nothing using that kind of stuff. Pay to win is what that is. Ooh, I don't like they don't have that central control for it. I don't like it. Have you got it? Good, he's getting it. Alright, well I'm going ahead. Waiting for that reload, man. What is that? Fragment gun? 130,000 damage. Right? Stay right up at you. He's like, crap, the stupid MD, get back. That's because you can't shoot, man. You don't know how to shoot. Somebody close up on you with a pulse cannon in your nostril. Yeah, that's fine. Put his dang freeze with Ray on me. But anyway, so I was going by his house and I was picking up stuff, and like we had tried to start a flea market, or we did. We went way up. But I mean, it takes about a year, I think, to really establish something like that. And we got hit by the pandemic, and there was no social. And the size of the space that we had up there, also, you need a big space to do something like that. And you look at any Goodwill. I mean, Goodwill is like half the dang space is just staging. Where all the stuff is flowing in, and they're getting ready to put it out on the floor, and they're gradually shifting it out. and we did not have that. So we started that thing. The pandemic hit. We had to shut down. I had to go and pick all that stuff up. And my daughter's godmother gave us a shed, and they had. The problem was they kept dogs in there and it pissed in it and stuff like that. So for a while I had just kept it empty and tried to clean it. Tried every kind of. Man, what in the world hit me? Might as well wait here because, man, if I step out, well, I'm losing time. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I wish that I would drop on the central control point here, right here with Fat Albert, but I don't, because y'all had not got it. And I guess it's partially my fault. I was hanging back. First, I got hit so hard on the approach. I should have not taken so much damage on that approach and just been a little bit more cautious. A minigun? Ow! Stop! I just wanted to take him down as much as I could. Still ain't got the central control point, and they got 50. Man, we lost. This is over. Not even, and I'm the only guy walking out here. God, boy, hell. A Bastion with a dang 2 mini guns. Crazy. All right, buddy. You're in trouble now. I like that. I hear a dang radio, man. I'm through. Still ain't got the central control point. Lord. Got control of my thing, but anyway, so what ended up happening is, like, if dogs pissed on the decking, right? Yeah. I mean, we put gallons and gallons upon gallons of bleach and disinfectant and everything, and it still was stink. So finally, the last thing was extract of cinnamon. Man, that beat all the dang chemicals and everything that we tried. Because it was almost right, but I said, you know, I couldn't smell it anymore. My wife said she still smelled it, but she's got a real sensitive nose. But anyway, so I said, let me get heavy-duty, thick plastic. Sprayed all that cinnamon down, put heavy-duty, thick plastic over it, fastened all that down, right? and then I put completely new decking, completely covering everything with new decking in the bottom of it, and then it was nice. All right, so when the pandemic hit and my flea market was shut down, I had to bring all that junk back home. And at first, I was like, well, you know, I'll be like the junk man's daughter's father. And when my daughter gets older, what I'll do is I'll store everything in this shed here. When my daughter gets older, she can get it going. But it wasn't temperature control out there and stuff. And I tried to hang on, you know, for a while to keep stuff together. But then I was just like, free cycle, man. I called people and come and take all this stuff. All the, you know, it should have been stuff sold on eBay. We could have made money on it, but I'm just not dreaming about money. I would rather read a book. That's just my personality. And I have been getting pressure from Chinese friends, man. You gotta get a business going so you'll have time, right? The idea is once you get a good business going, then you can do things to make money. If you're always laboring at studies and stuff like that, you don't got time to earn money. So I just, you know, finally, I was like, I'm not going to sell this. We have, okay, so back to the woman dying of cancer and at $3,500 a month, and them being hippies over there and can't get no tenants because smoking ganja and playing loud music and getting drunk and having knockdown borderline personality self-harm knockdown dragouts. Can't get no tenants. Like medical students don't want to have to worry about that kind of stuff. And so the university left Davis go. You know, they let him go. So here he is, jobless, and all this. You know, so they bought some land up in West Virginia in the mountains, which I don't think the son is. I don't know if I don't hear of it as a big breadbasket of growing food. I don't know, maybe mushrooms or something. But bunch of MD blueprints. That's what I mean. I got more MD blueprints than I have. No, you tell me just one. But I was telling him, look, this is your family heirlooms and stuff. They never did get a dang garage sale going over there in the upscale neighborhood. They ended up going up to Roswell. It's like you had all this stuff and you want to put it in a big container and take it up to Roswell and lay it down on the ground there. And your estranged wife, your ex-wife is screaming and hollering and going crazy. And nobody wants this junk. So they had this big garage sale with all this fine furniture and stuff that should have been, you know, maybe auctioned or something to get top dollar for it, but they was just a mess, hobos at that stage. And I did, you know, I said, look, I got the shed squared away, and I had cleared it out. I had gotten rid of a lot of stuff, and my thing was like, I want to set up computer CAD manufacturing with wood, like make decorative plaques and wall mounts out of wood that normally would go to a landfill as part of my plan to save the planet from depredations of annihilations. And that's all I'm wanting to really do, have a shop, wood shop and manufacturing. So this guy had a whole business of renovation business. So, you know, he just flat gave me about $20,000 worth of woodworking equipment and everything like that. So I got benefit from helping him, but he came over to help with that deck, and I mean, everything he touched, he did it wrong, and so seriously wrong. To go back was more, to go back to the starting, it's like when you do something completely and utterly wrong, you gotta go back to zero and start over again because it was completely wrong. See what my time is looking like. Okay. And that's what he's done. I mean, it's going to be a huge labor. Even, I have repaired some of the damage, but it's going to be a huge labor to get it where it needs to be. And now, I'm not gonna run anymore. But we were out there, and like, what he was doing is he was getting drunk. He came over there. I was like, well, can you do this? He's like, well, it should be cut this way. I said, no, I need it cut this way. This is exactly what I want. But you should measure it. I'm telling you, And I said, no, I need all these boards cut exactly the same. And they need to be this long and this wide. Don't cut them differently. He's like, man, I'm going to save you from yourself. And he went and measured, and then he made the cuts. And every single piece of wood that he cut was cut differently and wrong. And all he was doing was zip, So, I put him on that because he's like, oh, I've got arthritis and I've done so much self-harm by the way that I work. Like a BPD person, when they go to work, they'll handle a hammer or a tool in a manner that they do themselves injury. And that's part of the pattern of self-harm, right? So I was like, well, I'll just have him zip the saw exactly the same. Every dang board he cut was a different size, and not a single one was right. And when it was wrong too small. Right? If they were wrong too big, that was salvageable because you could trim them. Right? But no, that was wrong too small. And so that's, and then the day after that, the day after, all he did was just saw some stuff. He was like, I can't move. He was lying on, sipping alcohol, lying on the cut. Oh, I can't, I'm in so much pain and stuff. And he probably got other health problems. He later on said he had Lyme disease or something. I don't know. But, that's an example of, just any way I can harm myself, self-harm. I'm going to find a way to do it. Oh, and then the rescuer is supposed to come, and go, and set you on your feet again and make sure that you're depending on them so you won't run too far. If you go off, they want you to come back, and they're confident that you will if you remain relatively incompetent, taking care of yourself on your own. So he's like that. Well, meantime, I don't know, but his wife is calling from the mountains, and as I mentioned, she's like the Tasmanian she-devil. She already just is a normal thing, right? And when she goes into that tornado mode, look out, So that's his wife. What are you doing down there? I have to help my friend. Man, you are screwing me up, buddy, down here. Everything you guys touched is wrong. And then you go, I'm gonna fasten something, and where it's like, I don't need it fastened that hard, man. The idea behind it is it's supposed to be something that could be taken off, not there so permanently. It's like every time I turn around, he's got something so jacked up attached to something else that it would take a dang jackhammer to get it loose, right? And he's like, well, that's just my style. No, man, you do what you're told. He's like, I can't handle that. I can't handle it. You're telling me to do it a certain way. And what I had, and this is the thing that reveals the dysfunction very vividly, is, oh, wait a minute. $900. That would be No, I'm still waiting. And I'm getting out of here. I played this one out this morning. All right, so I'm gonna log into my daughter's Macarena account. But anyway, back to this guy's house. I was going over there, on my way home from work. I was coming from the ghetto, from the airport, and I would go all the way up Briarcliff, and I'd pick some stuff up from him. And his finishing what I was saying about his wife, it's like, here he was tearing up he's supposedly over there helping me, right? And he's tearing up everything, and then he can't even do that. And, I was talking about the whole dysfunction. It's like, okay, Davis, what I want you to do is I want you to do this one thing this way, and then I'm going to come and I'm going to look and see, is it done right? And then we'll do the next thing. He's like, man, I cannot, you drive me crazy doing that. And that kind of reveals, it's like, I can't do it that way because I have to screw it up, right? That's part of my modus operandi, and building up to this big traumatic thing. Where you go, child? Je suis Lavoshki, the laughing cow. Salut. Salut. Zero deathmatch tickets. Oh, the agony. Let's see. So let me see if I can pay attention here. So back to my guy, you know, it's like he does everything wrong with the saw, and then it's like he's hurt himself. So he's like in the bed. Meantime, his wife is the Tasmanian she-devil, and she's like, you know, I'm up here starving in the mountains, and what the hell are you doing down there? And when you coming back? And borderline personality disorder too, right? And he's sitting up there on the phone going, oh, but I'm helping my friend. I'm helping my friend. Oh my God, man, you're destroying me. And so she takes it, okay, my wife has her thing come up with, which is a regular thing of premenstrual dysphoric disorder. And she starts chewing me out, cursing me, and all kinds of terrible insult and all kinds. I'm like, and refusing to help with anything, you know, and it's like, I've lost the business, I've carried everything back, I just gave up, you know, because I'm like, if you're such a wreck, yeah, get up to that 100%, child, I love you. Don't you shoot my friend. Should not do that. It's okay. Following a surge with an MD. Come on, man, surge somebody while I'm on overcharge. I forgot them. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can I get some heals? This doesn't look like a heal crowd. You about to die. Lunox. All right, so meanwhile, while he's laying on the cot telling his wife that he's doing all this stuff for me, which he is not doing, he's devastating destruction of everything he touched, right? And he's telling this Tasmanian she-devil that it's my fault that she up there starving or whatever. Because he has to help me. It's bullshit, man. You're not doing nothing. You know, I had got to a point I was like, okay, you can't do this. And you can't do what I tell you to do. So how about you just stand there next to me while I'm working and just cheer me on, like, you know, you're doing it right, man, keep up the good work, just cheer me on like that. I can't even do that. Ooh, you just threw, you know. Who is this, Mike? Oh, there's Multiverse, okay. So, okay. I like Multiverse and her compass decision, you know, or who he is, I don't know who he is. Alert, alert. Enemy approaching. I know you're there. Now, how is this guy? Oh. That was totally useless. was too. But at least somebody took him out. Mm. 50-16, we're doing okay. Hey. Oh, I love that, man. I really appreciate when I pop way down here. Oh, but my goodness, they got control point at the other end, but they have the spawn point there. I guess we're tearing them up is what it is. Oh, I'd like to get some overcharge coin. Really would. Okay. But I was, as I said, I was getting chewed out by my wife, and I mean, I got this on video, man, because I was making videos of everything. This is the big setup of the greenhouse. Because here's the thing, ultimately he had to sell that house quick. It's like that money just burned up. All that was left at $3,500 a month, no tenant, and a bunch of homeless people trying to grift. And he I drove over there one day, and like all of his mom's heirlooms and all her decorative interior design, it was like in a corner and a big pile on the street. And I was like, I wish you had not done this. They were so dysfunctional or whatever. But anyway, so they moved up to Virginia, and then he came down to help me. He had to come down because his storage was going to be evictionalizationalism, and all the stuff was going to be thrown on the street. So he had to come down, and it came down, and it was flooded. And he's like, it's like a maze, and there's no exit. Drink alcohol 24/7. Yeah, it's like a maze with no exit. That's right. There's no exit out of that. This is a good team. Except me. My stupid self. Fat Albert. Love it when they got their control points. Shoot, man, you got overcharged. I need to switch gear. My other robot has a stasis beam, and I'm just like, I'm honored, Rocket, of you bringing me in here, man, with these. Y'all are so professional. Man, we're like right down on the enemy spawn point. Just hammering them. So back to my wife screaming at me, I got, like I say, got it all on recording because we're making a big tape of it. That went on all day, just relentless, right? And then she gets on the phone with me, and she's screaming at me all day. And the guy's folding up, he's not helping, and then he has done everything that I go back behind and see that he's done is a landmine of destruction, right? And so finally, man, I was back there and it started to pour down rain, and I had covered up. I had moved everything that I had in storage in the shed out under the deck, and we had covered the deck, and it was screwed up the way it was done because the guy wanted to do extra, and I was like, we only need to do this much. He's like, no, I'm gonna make it great. I'm gonna make it all up to you by doing more and doing it all wrong and making it where it's very difficult to be taken apart in an emergency situation to salvage it. And I started screaming for help, help. Okay, and this is the situation in my life. You know, it's like Luciano hears somebody screaming. He comes rushing over, knock on the front door. I'm on the back deck trying to stop all the stuff that's under the deck from getting rained on. And I love these guys, man. Good, pushing them back, pinning them all back down. Don't let them even get out. Go. I got that floor control thing. Give me that bad boy. Well, jack your rounder. Oh man, I need a reload. Oh. Heal. These guys are good. Thoroughly enjoying. Stop. Anyway, I'm back on there, and this is all on film. I recorded it all, right? I was like screaming for help. My wife goes to the front door and says, no, he doesn't need any help. Sends the guy away. And then she walks back to me and says, you want the police to come here and have our child taken away from us? So help me. And I was like, in a way, this is like really beautiful. I'm glad that I got it all on recording here. And I did manage to get, I forced her to do some stuff, but the damage that Davis had done was just so devastating harm that it was not salvageable. And I had to just walk away from it. I was like, yeah, my greenhouse has collapsed. Another season has went by, and I don't have any growing space. And then I guess the growth point for me was that it kind of dawned on me that I've got to just go forward with my life and what I'm doing. Stop. You're through now. Heal. This guy's a pick guy. Let me see. Stop replay buffer. This guy's not how to play. No, I was hitting the wrong button. I'm glad. Got me squared away. What in the... Stupid phone. But yeah, I have figured out that Mike knows. I like your Cobalt, is that Cobalt 60 paint? Irradiation. Man. I saw that overcharge, I was like, give me a target. There you go. Shoot. I don't want to scream like that. I don't want to live a life like that, you know, so I had thought that if I worked really, really hard and I let my wife see that I'm completely committed to what I'm doing and I'm trying my best, and that she would have mercy on me. But with PMDD, you know, it's like every month you're dealing with something completely out of bounds. It's not even, like I said, the thing was is I was singing a little jingle about, you know, putting the hair bands in the hairband bin. And my wife jumped out of bed and she went in the bathroom and cleared the shelves, man. She threw everything and then grabbed everything and threw it in the trash can and threw it out the back door. Because I suggested a little bit of organization. That's what you're dealing with. And she's normally not like that, you know. And the thing is Asians are supposed to be indirect. And you think, this is the thing about people that, some Chinese tell me, you know, you're very direct. But after they had established trust with me, they're like, don't change. That's the thing I love about you the most is that you're forthcoming and you tell me the truth of what you mean. Let my guys down. Who am I in here with? There's Multiverse, yeah. Oh, these guys. They're swarming. Good. Got my kill. to die. I hope I get my dying breath going. 87 to 8, 91 to 8. Oh man, these guys, they're pitiless. You've had your coffee ration for this week, Robespierre. And we lost one. Oh, man, you got my main control point. Oh. God. To over 250,000 damage. That guy. Kill him. Kill him. Oh my goodness. $283,000, $286,000. What was that? Hellish. They're tearing us up. God, stunned. I ain't got nothing but close quarters on this stupid thing. I don't want to drop out. But yeah, so I put as much of the guy's stuff in my shed as I could, so it's kind of, and I've had to deal with that. That's a big saga in and of itself. I can't get it. I was sort of starting to get it to be a workspace there, but, stuff intervened, and I had also decided I'm not going to run like crazy anymore. Just going to go at a regular pace. These are all bots. They don't let me down. free-for-all Death Wish tickets. We're going to intermission, folks.
Dome. 285. That servant once again appealed and begged, Ali, put me to death, that sin so heinous I may flee. 220. My life's at thy behest. Forthwith pour out my blood. So shall my soul escape the burden of crime's brood. Then Ali answered, should each son mo take a knife, or sword draw, with design to sacrifice thy life, one single hair's breadth could they not, yet, take effect, since providence decrees 'tis thou must work that act. But sorrow not. Thy intercessor I will be. Lord of my soul am I, not slave to fleshly fee. My body frail no value has now in my sight. From flesh when liberated shall my soul feel my 225, the dagger and the sword may take root in my limbs. Death's but a banquet. Wounds, a flower that graceful climbs. 428, now, who can thus despise his body in his heart, and yet feel greed for empire, or for pontiff's part? He strove, 'tis evident, upon the judgment seat, to set a good example to all future great. To breathe a righteous spirit into monarchs' breasts. Make sure that goodly fruit come from their deeds and jests. The prophet's high endeavor, Mecca to subdue, had no foundation in a lust for revenue. 230, he had refused the treasures of the lofty spheres. On day of trial shut his heart to hopes and fears. To catch a glimpse of him the blessed angelic train, had crowded heaven's bounds full as they could contain. In dainty guise, to honor him themselves arrayed. He took no note. On God alone his thoughts were stayed. His heart was filled with sense of his great Maker's grace. The angels, or the prophets, there could find no place. 286, he said, I'm he whose eyes swerve not. No grow, I see. 429, the limner is my love. From juice of vine I'm free. 430,235. The treasures of the spheres, their animating souls, as rubbish were accounted, driven by breeze at rolls. What, then, would make away the Persian, Syrian lands, that he should covet them, spoil make them for his bands? Suspicion such as this springs from a jaundiced mind. It judges by itself. All, tinged as self must find. Green spectacles he sets upon his foolish nose, to view the sun, will find him green, we must suppose. Take off the spectacles, the source of colors tinge, he straightway sees aright. Now, nature's hues impinge 240, 8 horsemen had stirred at the dusting clouds, not faint. A distant looker on supposed the dust a saint. Thus Satan saw a dust, and cried, this son of earth, excites in me much envy, hatred, malice, wrath. If thou too, so observe God's saints with envy's eyes, be sure thy vision's tainted. Satan's hatching lies. Thou obstinate, art not one of that hellhound's sons? Then, whence this heritage of hate's foul orisons? I am no hound, God's lion am I, God I love. I'm lion of the truth. Therefore my eye reprove. 245. A lion of the world may hunt for prey and spoil. A lion of eternity, death's freedom from turmoil. In death he sees 100,000 modes of life. So, moth-like, death he courts. His candle, murderer's knife. 287. To court grim death's a collar round the true man's neck. This was the text proposed, that wrought recusant's wreck. God's word revealed hath said, all men of human race. Death to the faithful is a blessing, and a grace. 431. A love of gain is innate in the human breast. To court death's doubtless profit, is to wish the best. 250. Then, O ye stiff-necked people, do, for honor's sake, the wish for speedy death upon your tongues' ends take. No recusant was found who dared to lisp that prayer, when thus Muhammad put it as the truth's essay. He knew that should they venture that ordeal to prove, in all the world no recusant would thenceforth move. They all preferred to pay their tribute for their lives, and begged, O lamp of truth, destroy us not, our wives. 432. How many more examples could be pointed out? But, if thou seest the truth, give me thy hand. Quit thou. 255. Forsake thy dunghill. Enter our abode of bliss. From darkness thee to guide, a light shines o'er th abyss. Shake off all hesitation. Enter heaven's gate. Avoid the pit that's bottomless. Be not too late. The prince of all believers thus addressed that chief, in tones earnest, know, that in our contest brief, 288, when thou didst spit upon me, giving scorn its vent, my choler was aroused. To wreck my patience blend. Half warmed with zeal for God, half stirred with anger's fire, unholy partnership was formed twixt truth and ire. 260. Thou wast designed and fashioned by hand divine. To God dost thou belong. No creature art of mine. Defacement of God's work should be by God's decree. To break God's picture, man a stone of God should see. The Mulgian heard. The light flashed on his heart and soul. The clouds of misbelief, as fog, away did roll. He spake, the seed of wrongfulness is what I've sown. Through it altogether different from what I've known. Thou art a balance, with an equitable soul. Or rather, index art thou, of just balance bowl. 265. Thou art become my kith and kin, my brother true. Thou art a ray to light the path I shall pursue. The slave I have become of that fair source of light, from whence thou hast derived the beam that charms my sight. The slave of every billow of that glorious sea, that casts such pearls ashore, as I admire in thee. Teach me to formulate the motto of thy creed. 4. Henceforth thou art my guide, of whom I stand in need. Full 50 of his household, of his stock and race, with zealous love the noble law of Islam did embrace. 270. Thus 'twas, the hero, by decisive wisdom's stroke, averted death from many, slavery's fetters broke. The sword of wisdom sharper than the finest steel, its words more efficacious than an army's wheel. 289. XVII. Conclusion. Alas! By one poor morsel, tasted through a sin, the fount of thoughts congealed. Heart's blood diluted thin. One grain of wheat has cast eclipse o'er son of mine, as dragon's tail doth dull the full moon, when inclined 433, behold. How delicate is thought! One mite of clay, from full moon glory, it produced to disarray. The bread of life, received, digested, gives man power. Material bread excites disgusts, contentions, sour. The thorn, while green, cropped by the camel, far from fords, not only pleasure gives, but nutriment affords. 5. That self-same thorn, grown dry and void of juicy sap, if ventured on by starving beast in desert gap, his palate and his lips will puncture, blood make flow. As if conserve of roses should with daggers glow. The word of life's the green, the tender, juicy thorn. Material become, it's dry, as hard as horn. And thou, poor flesh, expectant of the living word, bitest at the word material, dreaming not of sword. Snappest at the hard, unyielding dictum, with fond zest. And findest it horny, flinty, irksome to digest. 10. 290. It has become a stone. It wounds. It draws forth blood. Then shun it, human camel. Seek it not for food. Words are most foully mixed with troubling thoughts of earth. The water's muddy. Close a spring whence it comes forth. Until the Lord, again, shall make it clear and sweet. Shall purify the inky stream, as he deems meet, shall patience add to wish, not haste and oversight, wait thou contentedly. God best knows what is right. 14. The End. Printed by Ballantine, Henson and Company. Edinburgh and London.
I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I'm getting it together. I ended the Masnavi there, I believe. So I'm gonna go get down to earth a little bit. Well, shoot. This is a terrible conversion. Let's see, edit. Delete current article. I'm gonna go back because I had a good copy. Yeah, 4 megs of Chomsky's Deterring Democracy. That other one's a scam. That's in place. Now, let's get back into Macarena. I'm frozen, man. I gotta wait.
In this highly praised and widely debated book, Noam Chomsky, America's leading dissident intellectual, offers a revelatory portrait of the American empire and the danger it poses for democracy, both at home and abroad. Chomsky details a major shift in global politics that has left the United States unchallenged as the preeminent military power even as its economic might has declined drastically in the face of competition from Germany and Japan. Deterring Democracy points to the potentially catastrophic consequences of this new imbalance, and reveals a world in which the United States exploits its advantage ruthlessly to enforce its national interests, from Nicaragua to the Philippines, Panama to the Middle East. The New World Order, in which the New World gives the orders, has arrived. Audacious in argument and ambitious in scope, Deterring Democracy is an essential guide to democratic prospects in the perilous 1990s. Deterring Democracy is a volatile, serious contribution to the debate over America's role as the globe's sole remaining superpower. San Francisco Chronicle, Chomsky selects answer to William F. Buckley. Los Angeles Times, a compendious and thought-provoking work. The New Statesman, Noam Chomsky, is a major scholarly resource. Not to have read him is to court genuine ignorance. The Nation, Archives ENET. Deterring Democracy, Noam Chomsky, copyright 1991, 1992, content overview, note, each chapter is divided into segments of about 8 paragraphs each. Contents: Introduction, 1 Cold War, Fact and Fancy, 2 The Home Front, 3 The Global System, 4 Problems of Population Control, 5 The Post-Cold War Era, 6 Nefarious Aggression, 7 The Victors, 8 The Agenda of the Doves, 1988, 9 The Mortal Sin of Self-Defense, 10 The Decline of the Democratic Ideal, 11 Democracy in the Industrial Societies, 12 Force and Opinion, Afterward, cover Archives ENET. Deterring Democracy, Noam Chomsky, copyright 1991, 1992. Table of Contents. Note: each chapter is divided into segments of about 8 paragraphs each. Overview, Introduction 1, 2, 3, 1 Cold War, Fact and Fancy 1. The Cold War as Ideological Construct, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. The Cold War as Historical Process 5, 6, 7, 8, 3. Before and after 9/10, 4. Bolsheviks and Moderates, 11, 12, 13, 5. The Foundations of Policy, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 6. The Next Stage 1920, To the Home Front 1. The Unimportant People, 1, 2, 2. Political Successes 3, 4, 5, 3. The Achievements of Economic Management, 6, 7. 7 The Victors 1. The Fruits of Victory, Central America 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. The Fruits of Victory, Latin America 5, 6, 7, 3. The Fruits of Victory, the Caribbean 8, 4. The Fruits of Victory, Asia 9, 5. The Fruits of Victory, Africa 10, 6. The Unrelenting Nightmare 11, 7. Comparisons and Their Pitfalls 12, 13, 14, 8. The Agenda of the Doves, 1988, 1. The Common Interests, 1981, 2. The Common Interests, 1988, 2. 4. Restoring the Faith 7, 5. Public Vices 7, 3. The Global System 1. Separation Anxieties 1, 2. The Changing Tasks 2, 3. Containing Gorby Fever, 3, 4. The Community of Nations, 3, 5. The Silver Lining 4, 6. The Soviet Threat 5, 4 Problems of Population Control, 1. The Unsettling Specter of Peace 1, 2, 2. The Drug War 3, 4, 3. The Contours of the Crisis, 5, 4. The Narco-Traffickers 6, 7, 5. Social Policy and the Drug Crisis 8, 6. The Usual Victims, 9, 10, 11, 7. The Best Laid Plans, 11. 5. The Post-Cold War Era 1, 2, 1. Creeping Colonialism 2, 2. Bush's New Thinking, 3, 4, 3. Operation Just Cause, The Pretexts 5, 6, 7, 8, 4. Operation Just Cause, The Reasons 9, 10, 3. The Freedom to Act Responsibly 3, 4, 5, 4. Containment Without Rollback 6, 7, 5. Laying Down the Law 6. Foreign Agents 9, 10, 7. Yearning for Democracy 11, 9. The Mortal Sin of Self-Defense 1. The Skunk at the Garden Party 1, 2, 3, 2. The Guest So Sorely Troubled 4, 5, 3. From Illusion to Reality 6, 4. The 1990 Election 7, 10. The Decline of the Democratic Ideal 1. The Winner, George Bush 1, 2, 2. United in Joy 3, 4, 3. The Case for the Doves 5, 6, 4. Rallying to Chamorro 7, 8, 9, 10, 5. Within Nicaragua 11, 6. Looking Ahead 12, 13, 11. Democracy in the Industrial Societies 1. The Preference for Democracy 1, 2. The General Outlines 2, 3. The Great Workshops, Japan 3. Good Intentions Gone Awry 11, 12, 13, 14, 5. The War Goes On 15, 6. Nefarious Aggression 1, 1. Our Traditional Values 2, 3, 2. Framing the Issues 4, 5, 3. Path Away from Disaster 6, 4. Steady on Course 7, 8, 5. The Union Learns to Behave 9, 10, 6. Moderates and Nationalists 11, 7. The Diplomatic Track 11, 12, 13, 14, 8. Safeguarding Our Needs 14, 4. The Great Workshops Germany 4, 5. The Smaller Workshops 5, 6, 6. Some Broader Effects 7, 12. Force and Opinion 1. The Harsher Side 1, 2, 2. The bewildered herd and its shepherds 3 4 5 6 7 8 3. Short at force 9 10 4. The pragmatic criterion 11 12 13 5. The range of moons 14 15 16 17 18 6. The untamed rebel 1920 afterward 1. The Gulf War in retrospect 1 2 3 2. Deterring Iraqi democracy 4 3. The best of all world 5 6 4. Marching forward 7 8 5. The U.S. versus the peace process 9 6. The evolution of U.S. policy 10 11 7. Bush-Baker diplomacy 12 8. Israel's policy spectrum 13 9. The prospects 14. Cover archive ZNET. Deterring Democracy Copyright 1991, 1992 by Noam Chomsky. Published by South End Press. Next segment contents overview archive ZNET. The government of the world must be entrusted to satisfied nations who wished nothing more for themselves than what they had. If the world government were in the hands of hungry nations, there would always be danger. But none of us had any reason to seek for anything more. The peace would be kept by peoples who lived in their own way and were not ambitious. Our power placed us above the rest. We were like rich men dwelling at peace within their habitations. Winston Churchill. Introduction. History does not come neatly packaged into distinct periods, but by imposing such a structure upon it, we can sometimes gain clarity without doing too much violence to the facts. One such period was initiated with the Second World War, a new phase in world affairs in which the United States was the hegemonic power in a system of world order. Samuel Huntington. This phase was visibly drawing to a close in the 1970s, as the state capitalist world moved towards a tripolar structure with economic power centered in the United States, Japan, and the German-based European Community. As for the Soviet Union, the military buildup initiated after Soviet weakness was dramatically revealed during the Cuban Missile Crisis was beginning to level off, and Moscow's capacity to influence and coerce, always far inferior to that of the hegemonic power, was continuing to decline from its late 1950s peak. Furthermore, internal pressures were mounting as the economy stagnated, unable to enter a new phase of post-industrial modernization, and broader sectors of the population demonstrated their unwillingness to submit to totalitarian constraints. Plainly, Europe and Japan posed a greater potential threat to U.S. dominance than the fading Soviet Union. These developments were reasonably clear by the late 1970s, but a different conception was needed as a rationale for the policies then being implemented to maintain U.S. global dominance and to provide a needed shot in the arm to high-technology industry, the picture of a fearsome Soviet Union marching from strength to strength and posing an awesome challenge to Western civilization. These illusions lacked credibility at the time and became completely unsustainable through the next decade. Meanwhile, the observations of the preceding paragraph have become virtual truisms. 1. This pattern has been standard through the post-war era, and, in fact, it illustrates far more general regularities of statecraft in the ideological structures that accompany it. As if by reflex, state managers plead security to justify their programs. The plea rarely survives scrutiny. We regularly find that security threats are contrived, and once contrived for other purposes, sometimes believed to induce a reluctant public to accept overseas adventures or costly intervention in the domestic economy. The factors that have typically driven policy in the post-war period are the need to impose or maintain a global system that will serve state power and the closely linked interests of the masters of the private economy, and to ensure its viability by means of public subsidy and a state-guaranteed market. The highly ramified Pentagon system has been the major instrument for achieving these goals at home and abroad, always on the pretext of defense against the Soviet menace. To a significant extent, the threat of the Soviet Union and other enemies has risen or declined as these ends require too. Strategic theory and the policy sciences are supple instruments, rarely at a loss to provide the required argument and analysis to buttress the conclusion at the moment. We can, then, identify a period from World War II, continuing into the 1970s, in which the U.S. dominated much of the world, confronting a rival superpower of considerably more limited reach. We may adopt conventional usage and refer to this as a Cold War era, as long as we are careful not to carry along, without reflection, the ideological baggage device to shape understanding in the interests of domestic power. One of the themes of the essays that follow is the significance and implications of these changes in the world order, but with a particular focus with regard to U.S. policies and those most affected by them. There is a striking imbalance in the post-Cold War international system. The economic order is tripolar, but the military order is not. The United States remains the only power with the will and the capacity to exercise force on a global scale, even more freely than before, with the fitting of the Soviet deterrent. But the U.S. no longer enjoys the preponderance of economic power that enabled it to maintain an aggressive and interventionist military posture since World War II. Military power not backed by a comparable economic base has its limits as a means of coercion and domination. It may well inspire adventurism, a tendency to lead with one's strength, possibly with catastrophic consequences. These features of the international system have been manifest in the varying reactions of the industrial powers to the collapse of the Soviet Empire, and in the early post-Cold War U.S. military operations, the invasion of Panama and the response to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. In the latter case, just unfolding as these words are written, the tension between economic tripolarity and military unipolarity is particularly evident. Despite the very hazardous possible consequences of military conflict, the virtually instinctive U.S. government reaction was to direct the confrontation to the arena of force, undercutting possible diplomatic opportunities and even expressing deep concern that others might be tempted to seek to defuse the crisis by diplomatic means, achieving the goals sought generally by the international community, but without a decisive demonstration of the effectiveness of U.S. military power and resolve to go to the next segment. One for discussion at the time, semi towards a new Cold War, Pantheon, 1982, particularly the introduction and Chapter 7. This is generally presupposed in what follows, along with further comment on these matters in My Turning the Tide, South End, 1985, On Power and Ideology, South End, 1987. The quoted phrase is from a report to the Trilateral Commission in M.J. Crozier, F.P. Huntington, and J. Wade Nuki, The Crisis of Democracy, New York University, 1975. To see references of Note 1. Also William A. Schwartz and Charles Derber, The Nuclear Seduction, U of California, 1990. 3. Thomas Friedman, Behind Bush's Hard Line, NYT, August 22, 1990. See Chapter 6 for further discussion, and Chapter 1, Section 5, for background. Deterring Democracy Copyright 1991, 1992 by Noam Chomsky. Published by South End Press. Introduction Segment 2/3. Previous segment. Next segment. Contents Overview. Archives. ENET. In the evolving world order, the comparative advantage of the United States lies in military force, in which it ranks supreme. Diplomacy and international law have always been regarded as an annoying encumbrance, unless they can be used to advantage against an enemy. Every active player in world affairs professes to seek only peace and to prefer negotiations to violence and coercion, even Hitler. But when the veil is lifted, we commonly see that diplomacy is understood as a disguise for the rule of force. With the current configuration of U.S. strengths and weaknesses, the temptation to transfer problems quickly to the arena of forceful confrontation is likely to be strong. Furthermore, though the United States cannot regain the economic supremacy of an earlier period, it is committed to maintaining its status as the sole military superpower, with no likely contestant for that role. One consequence will be exacerbation of domestic economic difficulties. Another, a renewed temptation to go it alone and relying on the threat of force rather than diplomacy. The Gulf conflict brought these issues to the fore. Aside from England, which has its own interest in Kuwait, the other major industrial powers showed little interest in military confrontation. The reaction in Washington was ambivalent. War is dangerous. Diffusing the crisis without a demonstration of the efficacy of force is also an unwanted outcome. As for the costs, plainly it would be advantageous for them to be shared, but not at the price of sacrificing the role of lone enforcer. These conflicting concerns led to a sharp-knit split over the tactical choice between preparation for war and reliance on sanctions, with the administration holding to the former course. In the past, the United States and its clients have often found themselves politically weak, that is, lacking popular support in some region targeted for intervention, though militarily and economically strong, a formula commonly used on all sides. Under such conditions, it is natural to prefer military force, terror, and economic warfare to the peaceful means dictated by international law. With lacking economic strength, the temptation to resort to force is only heightened. It is fitting that the first two occasions for the use of force in this, partially, new era should have been in Central America and the Gulf. Political analysts and advisors often draw a distinction between our needs and our wants, the former exemplified by the Middle East, with its incomparable energy resources. The latter by Central America, of no major strategic or economic significance, but a domain in which the U.S. rules by tradition. In the case of mere wants, tactical preferences may vary. On needs in the Middle East, it is regularly argued, legitimate extreme measures to preserve U.S. dominance and to ensure that no independent indigenous force, or foreign power, had to spend a serious possibility in the post-war era, might gain substantial influence over the production and distribution of the region's petroleum resources. To the extent feasible, these are to be dominated by the United States, its allies and regional clients, and its oil corporations, a doctrine that might virtually be regarded as axiom one of international affairs. I suggested in writing about this matter in the mid-1970s, at the time of the first oil crisis. These features of the international system also have their conventional expression. The United States must bear the burden of enforcing good behavior worldwide, etc. But such ideological fetters must be removed if there is to be any hope of gaining a realistic understanding of what lies ahead. There is, indeed, a new world order taking shape, marked by the diffusion of power in U.S. domains and the collapse of the Russian Empire and the tyranny at its heart. These developments leave the U.S. as the overwhelmingly dominant military force and offer the three economic power centers the attractive prospect of incorporating the former Soviet system into their third world domains. These must still be controlled, sometimes by force. This has been the responsibility of the United States, but with its relative economic decline, the task becomes a harder one to shoulder. One reaction is that the U.S. must persist in its historic task, while turning to others to pay the bills. Testifying before Congress, Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger explained that the emerging New World Order will be based on a kind of new invention in the practice of diplomacy. Others will pay the costs of U.S. intervention to keep order. A respected commentator on international economic affairs describes the Gulf crisis as a watershed event in U.S. international relations, which will be seen in history as having turned the U.S. military into an internationally financed public good, an internationally financed police force. While some Americans will question the morality of the U.S. military assuming a more explicitly mercenary role than it has played in the past. In the 1990s, there is no realistic alternative. The tacit assumption is that the public welfare is to be identified with the welfare of the Western industrial powers, and particularly their domestic elites. 5. The financial editor of a leading conservative daily puts the essential point less delicately: we must exploit our virtual monopoly in the security market as a lever to gain funds and economic concessions from German-led Europe and Japan. The U.S. has cornered the West security market, and others lack the political will to challenge the U.S. in its market. We will therefore be the world's rent-a-cops and will be able to charge handsomely for the service. The term rent-a-thug would be less flattering but more appropriate. Some will call us Hessians, the author continues, but that's a terribly demeaning phrase for a proud, well-trained, well-financed and well-respected military. And whatever anyone may say, we should be able to pound our fists on a few desks in Japan and Europe, and extract a fair price for our considerable services, demanding that arrivals buy our bonds at cheap rates, or keep the dollar propped up, or better yet, pay cash directly into our treasury. We could change this role of enforcer, he concludes, but with it would go much of our control over the world economic system. 6. Go to the next segment. For the Interim Agreement, New Politics, Number 3, 1976. See Towards a New Cold War, Chapters 11, 8. see the latter and Chapter 8 below for several examples from the foreign affairs literature making the distinction between needs and wants in essentially these terms. 5. Mary Curtius, U.S. allies to help pay for its continued leadership. Boston Globe, September 20th. David Hale, Chief Economist of Cantor Financial Services, Chicago, How to Pay for the Global Policeman, Financial Times, London, November 21, 1990. 6. William Makert, We Are the World's Guardian Angels, Chicago Tribune Business Section, September 9, 1990. Deterring Democracy Copyright 1991, 1992 by Noam Chomsky. Published by South End Press. Introduction Segment 3/3. Previous segment Next chapter Contents Overview Archives ENET. This conception, while rarely put so bluntly, is widely held in one or another form, and captures an essential element of the administration reaction to the Gulf crisis. It implies that the U.S. should continue to take on the grim task of imposing order and stability, meaning proper respect for the masters, with the acquiescence and support of the other industrial powers along with riches funneled to the U.S. via the dependent oil-producing monarchies. Parallel domestic developments add another dimension to the picture. Studies by the U.S. Labor Department and others predict serious shortages of skilled labor, everything from scientists and managers to technicians and typists. As the educational system deteriorates, part of the collapse of infrastructure accelerated by Reaganite social and economic policies. The tendency may be mitigated by modification of immigration laws to encourage a brain drain, but that is not likely to prove adequate. The predicted result is that the cost of skilled labor will rise and transnational corporations will transfer research, product development and design, marketing, and other such operations elsewhere. For the growing underclass, opportunities will still be available as Hessians. It takes little imagination to picture the consequences if such expectations, not inevitable, but also not unrealistic, are indeed realized. 7 Albanian legs of these questions arise, in various ways, in the essays that follow. The successes of the popular movements of Eastern and Central Europe are a historic achievement in the unending struggle for freedom and democracy throughout the world. Throughout history, such successes have elicited efforts to institute order and docility and thus to contain and deter the threat to privilege. The modalities range from large-scale violence to more subtle devices of control, particularly in more democratic societies. These include the structuring of values and operative choices, aid and measures to control thought and opinion, what we call propaganda in the case of enemy states. The concept of thought control in democratic societies, or, for that matter, the structuring of options in a democratic society by hierarchic and coercive private institutions, seems contradictory on its face. A society is democratic to the extent that its citizens play a meaningful role in managing public affairs. If their thought is controlled, or their options narrowly restricted, then evidently they are not playing a meaningful role, only the controllers, and those they serve, are doing so. The rest is a sham, formal motions without meaning. So, a contradiction. Nevertheless, there has been a major current of intellectual opinion to the contrary, holding that thought control is essential precisely in societies that are more free and democratic, even when institutional means effectively restrict the options available in practice. Such ideas and their implementation are perhaps more advanced in the United States than anywhere else, a reflection of the fact that it is an important, respect the most free society in the world. The interplay of freedom and control is a second theme of the essays that follow, addressed from several perspectives. The opening and concluding chapters contain some general observations on the themes just sketched. Chapters 2 through 7 survey the range of prospects and problems facing the U.S. leadership, and active and engaged segments of the public, under the partially new conditions now taking shape. The remaining essays consider the operative concept of democracy, and the attitude towards popular movements and independence, as revealed in concrete situations and background thinking. Examples are drawn primarily from Central America and early post-war Europe, but could easily be extended to other regions, the policies being quite general, with stable institutional roots. I have discussed these topics in a number of books, to which I would like to refer as general background where specific details and documentation are not provided below. 9. The material here is based in part on articles in Zeta, Zine, magazines from 1988, generally excerpted from longer unpublished manuscripts, or from talks through the same period, some appearing in a different form in conference proceedings. These have been edited and revised to reduce overlap, with considerable new material added. The primary source of each chapter, where there is one, is indicated with an asterisk. Go to the next chapter. Go to the table of contents. Go to the content overview. April 7, reporting a study of the Cornell University School of Industrial and Labor Relations, September 9, 1990. 8. For a lucid and penetrating discussion of these modalities within capitalist democracy, see Joshua Cohen and Joel Rogers, on Democracy, Penguin, 1982. Not among them, those cited in Note 1. Also, Political Economy of Human Rights, with Edward S. Herman, 2 volumes, South End, 1979, Fatal Triangle, South End, 1983, Pirates and Emperors, Claremont, Black Rose, 1986, Culture of Terrorism, South End, 1987, Manufacturing Consent, with E.S. Herman, Pantheon, 1988, Necessary Illusions, South End, 1989. Deterring Democracy Copyright 1991, 1992 by Noam Chomsky. Published by South End Press. Previous segment. Next segment. Contents Overview. Archive ZNET. Chapter 1. Cold War. Fact and Fancy. The great event of the current era is commonly taken to be the end of the Cold War, and the great question before us therefore is, what comes next? To answer this question, we have to begin by clarifying what the Cold War has been. There are 2 ways to approach this prior question. One is simply to accept the conventional interpretation. The second is to look at the historical facts. As is often the case, the 2 approaches yield rather different answers. 1. The Cold War as ideological construct. According to the conventional understanding, the Cold War has been a confrontation between 2 superpowers. We then find several variants. The orthodox version, which is overwhelmingly dominant, holds that the driving factor in the Cold War has been virulent Soviet aggressiveness, which the United States sought to contain. On one side of the conflict, we have a nightmare, on the other, the defender of freedom, to borrow the terms of the John Birch Society, right-wing fundamentalist preachers, and liberal American intellectuals, who responded with underclaim when these words were used by Václav Havel in addressing Congress in 1990.1. A critical variant argues that the perception of a Soviet threat was exaggerated. The dangers were less extreme than we thought. U.S. policies, while noble in intent, were based on misunderstanding and analytic error. A still sharper critique holds that the superpower confrontation resulted from an interaction in which the United States also played a role, for some analysts, a major role, and that the contrast is not simply one of nightmare versus defense of freedom, but is more complex. In Central America and the Caribbean, for example. According to all variants, the essential doctrines guiding U.S. policy have been containment and deterrence, or, more ambitiously, rollback. And the Cold War is now at an end, with the capitulation of one antagonist, the aggressor throughout, according to the Orthodox version. The Orthodox version is sketched in stark and vivid terms in what is widely recognized to be the basic U.S. Cold War document, NSC 68 in April 1950, shortly before the Korean War, announcing that the Cold War is in fact a real war in which the survival of the free world is at stake. It merits attention, both as an early expression of the conventional understanding in its orthodox variant, and for insights into historical realities that lie beyond these ideological constructs. The basic structure of the argument has the childlike simplicity of a fairy tale. There are 2 forces in the world, at opposite poles. In one corner we have absolute evil. In the other, sublimity. There can be no compromise between them. The diabolical force, by its very nature, must seek total domination of the world. Therefore it must be overcome, uprooted, and eliminated so that the virtuous champion of all that is good may survive to perform his exalted works. The fundamental design of the Kremlin, NSC 68 author Paul Nipsey explains, is the complete subversion or forcible destruction of the machinery of government and structure of society in every corner of the world that is not yet subservient to and controlled from the Kremlin. The implacable purpose of the slave state is to eliminate the challenge of freedom everywhere. The compulsion of the Kremlin demands total power over all men in the slave state itself and absolute authority over the rest of the world. The force of evil is inescapably militant, so that no accommodation or peaceful settlement is even thinkable. In contrast, the fundamental purpose of the United States is to assure the integrity and vitality of our free society, which is founded upon the dignity and worth of the individual, and to safeguard these values throughout the world. Our free society is marked by marvelous diversity, deep tolerance, lawfulness, a commitment to create and maintain an environment in which every individual has the opportunity to realize his creative powers. It does not fear, it welcomes diversity and derives its strength from its hospitality even to antipathetic ideas. The system of values which animates our society includes the principles of freedom, tolerance, the importance of the individual and the supremacy of reason over will. The essential tolerance of our world outlook, our generous and constructive impulses, and the absence of covetousness in our international relations are assets of potentially enormous influence, particularly among those who have been lucky enough to experience these qualities at first hand, as in Latin America, which has benefited so from our long continuing endeavors to create and now develop the Inter-American system. Go to the next segment. 1C Chapter 10, Section 4, below. To Foreign Relations of the United States, FOUS, 1915, Vol. I, 234-92, made public in 1975. National Security Council, NSC, memoranda are the highest level government planning documents. Deterring Democracy Copyright 1991, 1992 by Noam Chomsky. Published by South End Press, Chapter 1, Cold War, Fact and Fancy Segment 2/20. Previous segment. Next segment. Contents Overview. Archives. ZNET. The conflict between the forces of light and of darkness is momentous, involving the fulfillment or destruction not only of this republic but of civilization itself. The assault on free institutions is worldwide, and imposes on us, in our own interests, the responsibility of world leadership. We must seek to foster a world environment in which the American system can survive and flourish. Since a defeat of free institutions anywhere is a defeat everywhere, no corner of the world, however tiny and insignificant, can escape our ministrations. And surely the idea that Germany or Japan or other important areas can exist as islands of neutrality in a divided world is unreal, given the Kremlin design for world domination. 5 years after the USSR was virtually annihilated by the Axis powers, they must be reconstituted within a US-dominated alliance committed to the final elimination of the Soviet system that they failed to destroy. Given that the integrity and vitality of our system is in greater jeopardy than ever before in our history, even in the darkest days of the War of Independence or when British troops captured Washington in 1814, it is clear that serious measures are in order. In fact, military spending nearly quadrupled shortly after, on the pretext that the
I don't know if you can hear me, but my French is not good. I work on French a little bit. I'm interested in learning French. But a French person got on my stream, and I know how to say a few things in French, and if I can, so I said something like that. I love French writers, and then I know a lot of French writers' names, so I mentioned that. Anyway, I don't know if it helped, but the person put me on a team this morning. Pretty formidable. Eliminated by the God of Gods. If you spell gods backwards, it's as dog. It's dog. It's dog. It's a dog. got some firepower in there. That's some firepower in there. Oh! Both of us in one pop. We did. I'm sorry, man. These guys want to get tough, eh? Get tough, are you? Okay, so let's come on. Now I know what I'm doing. Okay. But you know, I like a lot of Sir Voltaire's, but he's nice, you know, it's really bothering me now. Gets me with one shot and I'm dead. Nope. Yeah, see if he touches me, I'm dead. One of them. I got one of you guys. Hard knockers. What was that? Blast radius? I need to drop out of this one. They're way overpowered. Oh well, let's go on. I got you one time. Let's stay in the team. If he drops out, then I'll drop out. Lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I was talking about those French guys. Man, they put me on a formidable squad, and it was a real pleasure. I hope I did some stock replay buffer stuff on it. I'm trying to get better with that replay buffer thing. Lord help. He stayed with me. What a pal. You can always count on you. The chips are down. Recepto, klepto thing. Stealing around. Stealing. Can you kill him? Lord. Good, thank goodness. Good. Oh! My fault. Fusion cannon free. 108,000 damage? Right. Right, Albert. alcoholic. I had not wasted that EMP. I might have survived that. Okay. I just started running replay buffers, and it's a trick to always remember to hit that. I think it could be really useful to have just all the clips of the battles and they're all cut out. You don't have to scroll through. You go back and look at what happened. Think about it a little bit. My fault. The nerve of some people. Oh. I gotta hit that stop replay as soon as it releases my mouse. Stop replay buffer. Helix rack full jerk. Thank you. Your killer has been destroyed. Hit that guy before he realized that stupid helix. No! Thank you. Ouch! Heal, bro. Oh man, I'm out of heals. Damn. Stay back for a second, dude. One proximitize themselves, and then you can zap them. Reload. Yeah, it sure has. Oh, keep that guy out. There we go. Outstanding. Hellraiser. Didn't open the box. Didn't open the box. Evil. Under. Two surges. Does not go well. Got one of them. Fierce. That's some real cowardice, man. Here they go. One shot. One shot at me. Good job, Vesely. Good, honest hit. I don't know, man. It seems like I just unloaded on the shield. Nothing. I forgot I got cancel the close quarters. Arctor does not have an extension. Okay, I got it. See, they're cheating. That's what I think that, I suspect that. So. I mean, you saw, I would unload, his shield was hanging out, right? I'm going to go back and look at that. Shield was hanging out. And I unloaded the whole missile rack on it several times and it just didn't go away. a dang. Stop replay button. What was that? How did that get there? Must be a computer glitch. Yeah, I'm doing a new thing today where I've got my. I'll show you what I'm doing. Hold on. If you're watching, if you're interested, there's my HD secondary monitor, and I've come up with this new layout, which I really like. The position of the camera here. Why is that? That's so when you're watching on Twitch, if your chat is coming out here, you can still see me eating boogers. Oh, it's so delicious. You don't want to miss that. That's about half of the attraction. Right, so I'm over here, but I've got all the docks, right? So if you go on OBS, you have scene sources, audio mixer, scene transitions, control stats, chat, stream information, Twitch stats, and Twitch activity feed, right? So there's my stream information, there's my Twitch activity feed, there's my Twitch stats, there are my scenes, my sources, my stats. Now this is, I was like, where am I going to put this? You know, and I set up this, okay, the way it was set up is like, if I go and I'm gonna follow somebody in here, right? He's already been followed or whatever, and this is too narrow. This X won't show, and I can't close this, so that halts my chat, right? So I need to have it about that wide. So having set it that wide, I found that I could put these other three dots there. Where to put this? Well, I certainly don't want it on top. I'll put it on the bottom and shrank the audio mixer. Well, everything got squished down. In order for me to see the stats, and like this is the killer thing, is I can see the FPS and the average time to render a frame. So I know that if I go to a heavy thing like this, let's watch it, see it's gonna drop down to, okay, now it's back up. That's awesome. You see that? Right? So the thing is I'm kind of trying to push the envelope of what these things are capable of. And right now I'm showing 15 different series of Ultraman money shots. Where he kills the monster, which is the scene, you know, that's in every Ultraman episode. There's always the kill the monster scene. Okay, now I've dropped down. You can see I dropped down to nothing. I want to get out of here. All right. Oh my goodness, what was that? Did you see that? What? No, I didn't see it. How did that get there? All right, so let me, now that I've explained that's my new layout, right? So I have come up with my OBS layout of choice. So I can see what's going on with the stream. If something's got serious lag or something like that, I know better what's happening in real time. Absorb 1,300,000 damage with the Wired Shield ability. Okay, I did that. Achievements 5. What? I got a whole bunch of stuff. Who? The Brick House. The Brick House is new, so he's getting all the low level. Become MVP as Brick House 15 times. I did that already. All right. Team player, spawn Brick House and earn 3 gold medals for assists. Pass level 1. Mob leader, let's say. Use the overcharge ability so your teammates can deal 225,000 bonus damage. Legendary breakouts blueprint. Use the overcharge ability so your teammates can deal 0.675 million bonus damage. Cool. Proud of that. Perforation. Man, your ventilation has some perforation, and that's the situation of your castigation. Let's see. Breakouts to deal 1 million damage to tank next. Okay, cool. Is that everything? I want to know when I'm going to get my coins. Ooh, it's a long way. My daughter is complaining. Not sure about why. I may have to drop. I'm close to my quota, so try it 2 versus 2 definition. No friends to display. I must lure him out. Oh no! All Mech Arena's going down. Maybe it's the handwriting on the wall. That's a good chance to add some flavor to one of my new setups. Just tweaking it a little bit. Okay, and I'm looking at my performance. Yeah, that's good. That's like my wife when she's having PMDD. Look out. Oh, my daughter's crying. I'm gonna have to drop off and see what's going on.
The invasion of South Korea was the first step in the Kremlin conquest of the world, despite the lack of compelling evidence, then or now, for Russian initiative in this phase of the complex struggle over the fate of Korea. The memorandum calls for a huge increase in armaments, while recognizing that the slave state was far weaker than the champion of freedom by any measure. Relevant data are presented in such a way as to obscure direct comparisons and are selected to exaggerate the enemy's strength, the standard pattern throughout the Cold War era. Nevertheless, even the data presented show the U.S. military budget to be double that of the USSR and its economic power 4 times as great, while in this early stage of rebuilding their far more powerful economies, the European allies alone already matched the Soviet Union along with its satellites. Despite the disparity between the two opposite poles in economic level and military force, the slave state has enormous advantages. Being so backward, it can do more with less. Its weakness is its strength, the ultimate weapon. It is both midget and Superman, far behind us by every measure but with a formidable capacity to act with the widest tactical latitude, with stealth and speed, with extraordinary flexibility, a highly effective military machine and great coercive power. Another problem is that the evil enemy finds a receptive audience in the free world, particularly Asia. To defend Europe and protect the freedom that has traditionally reigned in Africa, Asia, and Latin America from the Kremlin design, we must therefore vastly increase military spending and adopt a strategy aimed at the breakup and collapse of the Soviet Union. Our military forces are dangerously inadequate because our responsibility is world control. In contrast, the far weaker Soviet military forces greatly exceed their limited defensive needs. Nothing that had happened in the past year suggested that the USSR might face some security problems, in contrast to us, with our vulnerability to powerful enemies everywhere. We need vast military forces not only for protection against disaster but also to support our foreign policy, though for public relations purposes, emphasis should be given to the essentially defensive character of the military build-up. Public relations aside, our actual stance must be aggressive in the conflict which has been imposed upon us. Given the Kremlin design for world domination, a necessary feature of the slave state, we cannot accept the existence of the enemy but must foster the seeds of destruction within the Soviet system and hasten its decay by all means short of war, which is too dangerous for us. We must avoid negotiations, except as a device to placate public opinion, because any agreements would reflect present realities and would therefore be unacceptable, if not disastrous, to the United States and the rest of the free world, though after the success of a rollback strategy we may negotiate a settlement with the Soviet Union, or a successor state or states. To achieve these
All right. Excuse me. I don't want to exacerbate. Certainly do not. But the deal is, you know, my daughter doesn't like God. She also doesn't like God. So it's fine. You know, like flood the whole house of Montana's house, right? What pathos? What do you want? That's what Mom was saying. And we couldn't understand. And then you don't expect a 5-year-old to say flood the whole house with my tears. She's a little brilliant thing. But this is my one of my teaching methods is I don't go around acting like goo goo gaga 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 goo goo da 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 with my kid. You know, from the time, you know, when shared Lego building falls over. Your architectural engineering is lacking in structural integrity. That's, you know, I completely talk to her, you know, just as, you know, I tell her the truth, what she needs to know. And that's part of my method. And when, you know, she says something like that, with such pathos, you know, I'm like, yeah, I think I'm right. That if parents are all, you know, kids are going to imitate their parents. Right? So you should be the best that you can be at all times in front of your kid. You should be very studious, work hard, diligent, dedicate yourself, and do what you do well with a passion, no matter what it is, you know. And because the kids are going to imitate you. The kids are watching the teachers at the schools when you're in the school, whatever. The kids are watching everything that they're doing. They're dreaming of being out of the situation that they're in as a student in the public school system and being an adult. Oh, I can't wait till I can run classes and yell at kids and make their lives miserable. That's what we're producing in this country. All right. So, 7 minutes. Let's do this thing. Chimichanga, chimichanga, chimichanga. Nimrod. That's all I need back here. Nimrod. I think, yeah, Nimrod would be a better name for you, buddy. Nimrod. Yeah, he came and shot me in the back. Dastardly. I'm preoccupationalizationalism behind it. You know he hiding. That's what I wanted to be rid of, was you. And now, let's see what else you got back there. I got nothing but close quarters. Oh, that's so offensive behind it. I am offensified with offense annihilationism. Alright, so let's go back in here. So we get one more, and then I'll put this on the floor. The work day will be completed. Now, just in case anybody's interested, my daughter, I think, is ready for a Tekken sort of game. She really showed some emotional improvement yesterday in response. She had a quicker recovery, is what I'm trying to say. So I've got Ultra Street Fighter 4, and I don't know how to play either, you know. I can beat like two guys and then the third guy beats me. But as I said earlier in the stream, I kind of figured out what you need to do to play it better, what's required in terms of knowledge and stuff. And don't forget to hit stuff like that. somebody right up on me. Oh, and it's shooting. Not shooting. Come through that thing, child. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get on the stream and start practicing training with I didn't even have to Policlínico. Don't you want to get that control point? No, you don't. Policlínico. Dang it, we were winning. What are you guys doing over there? Having a donut break? Made you look. Look. These turkeys are right on my butt. Man, where is everybody? Help! God, both of you turkeys. And here comes this guy. Come on, get back, get back. I'll get it. You know you want to meet, don't you? Shooty, 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 shooty. Oh well. Nothing like finishing up the day like a wet donkey fart. Oh, wait a second. No, I did pretty good on that one. I got an MVP on 2 levels, 2 different mags. That's one of those hard things to do. All right, so good. Maybe I'm getting better. We leave the team, and it's time to go. We got done, man, folks. There's hope. All right, so later on, I'm going to try to have Ultra Street Fighter 4 training video, and hopefully it's going to be real funny, noob stuff. All right, so until then. Okay, you ready to go? Not gonna. You don't want to. You don't want to fill the whole house with your tears. Oh, you want to go to McDonald's? Okay. Yeah, I was suspicious about this Waffle House thing. All right. So anyway, it's time to stop the stream. Thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna go take my wife to work and go to McDonald's.